Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law. I hope you're having a great one, by the way. We are tuning in for the rally at the Capital One Center in DC, Sports Stadium. Holds about 20,000 people, give or take, where we're expecting Trump to sign his executive orders and also potentially pardons. We've been hearing throughout the day speeches from cabinet officials. So they've been having festivities there all day. And people were watching the inauguration from there as well today. Yeah, everyone got their streams shut down. My stream is back up now, by the way. My stream has been undeleted by YouTube and my community guideline strike has been taken down. I'm still pissed because my stream was interrupted. So I'm still pissed. And we're gonna see if I run into more problems. Hopefully not. If I run into more problems, then I'll just stop streaming on YouTube, I guess. We'll go from there. Are pre-pardons legal? Yes. Yes, you can pardon anyone for any offense after it occurred. You don't necessarily need to know who they are or even identify them with particularity. Yes, a pre-pardon is legal. The Army Field Band is cool. I was listening to the Army Chorus the other day. They're cool. That's the good one to be in. It's like being part of the chorus would be cool. You have to admit guilt to accept pardon? No, not exactly. It can be perceived as accepting guilt, but it's not a legal thing. You don't even have to identify the crime. Like if the president pardoned me for all offenses for the last 10 years, what am I pleading guilty to, or what am I admitting guilt to? Right? Because it's a temporal pardon. So like you don't even know what offense is. How could it be a plea of? How could it be an admission of guilt? You don't even know what I did from the pardon. Yeah, you can be pardoned before being accused. That's right. All the Confederate soldiers were pardoned. Many of them weren't accused. Many of the draft dodgers were pardoned. They weren't accused. Nixon was pardoned. He wasn't accused in a criminal sense. So, yeah, it's definitely a thing. You do have to accept a pardon. You can refuse a pardon. I don't know whether or not you can refuse a commutation. I thought the answer was no. But there were some people who were on death row who supposedly were trying to refuse the commutation to life. And I'm like, I don't know if they can do that. But you can refuse a pardon. You can't pardon for future offenses. You can only pardon for things that have occurred in the past. However, you might be able to give permission for offenses in the future, but that wouldn't be a pardon. That would be something different. That'd be like a letter of marque or something, which is a little outside my domain. You don't need to do anything for it to take effect. Depends on the pardon or commutation. Some are conditional, some are not. So sometimes you do have to do things before they go into effect. Depends on the nature of the pardon. Anytime they want to pardon me, I'll be happy to accept it. I don't know what I need a pardon for, but you know, the lawyer in me is more than happy to accept a pardon. I don't know what I did, but knowing as expansive as the federal code is, I'm sure I did something. So I'll be happy to accept your pardon anytime. I ain't no fool. God bless America, my home, sweet home. I like this more jaunty arrangement of God Bless America. It's happy and sprightly. Ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Can those pardoned be forced to testify? Yes. Because they've been pardoned, they have no criminal exposure. So yes, they could be forced to testify. A pardon does not have any impact on a civil lawsuit. Pardons only extend to criminal liability. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. What is that white uniform? That wasn't a Navy uniform. What was that? What's that white uniform? Coast Guard? So it might be Coast Guard, I guess. Dress whites? Does the Army have dressed whites? Yeah, what is that? Yeah, what is that white uniform with like the gold? What is that? Does the Army have dressed whites? I guess maybe they do. Huh. There's an Army evening mess uniform for officers' functions. But isn't that considered like formal dress? Like for a formal event? And then like how do they decide whether or not to wear the dress uniform or the formal uniform? Yeah, like what are all those white uniforms in the front there with the red hat? What is the red hat? Which division is that? What the hell is that? Red hat, white uniform. Army white service? Okay. Get to know your military uniforms, I guess. Yeah, look at all those people up front with white uniforms. But blue pants and red hats. There's like a whole line of them. Army white is for formal occasions occurring after the end of the day. Okay. Interesting. It's not called retreat, it's called reveille, right? The Shiners? This is reminiscent of the Shiners. Army Ceremonial Guard. All right. I like the white better than I do the blue, I'll tell you that. I'm not sure about the red hat, though. But I do like the white top better. The actual EOs would only be available once signed, and they would be published either on the White House website or in the Federal Registrar. In fact, both. Reveille in the morning and retreat at the end of the day. It's called retreat. Okay. I'm learning so many things about the military. I've been doing fine. Thank you for asking. The conductor's an officer, but like everyone else is enlisted. Are there any officers that are actually in the band? It doesn't look like there are. Looks like they're all enlisted. But the conductor is an officer, a major at that. You can't be an officer and be in the band? That's lame. I wonder how you get to be the conductor of this unit. Do you think that you start out as an enlisted in the band, and then like they decide to promote one of them from enlisted to officers, and then you become like a major and you become a conductor? Or do you think it's like you're going through your career and you're like, how would you like to be a conductor of a band? How do you think you get to be? How do you think you get to be conductor of this outfit? Lieutenant Colonel? Yeah, right. Lieutenant Colonel. I said major. Yeah. Wait, no. Is it? Is it? Because major would be gold, right? And silver is lieutenant colonel. I got it backwards. That's right. I got it backwards. Major is gold. Lieutenant colonel is silver. I got it backwards. I apologize. Right. You commission as an officer and you're placed in the band after auditions. How do you audition for conductor? Your position in the band determines your rank. That's hilarious if that's true. It's like, so if you're first violin, you outrank everybody. It's a whole new idea, Flick. What is the A? What is the A on his uniform with the blue and what the hell is that? I'm not sure I've ever seen that badge before on the conductor's uniform. That's an awesome badge. It's something. Regular band members are all sergeants. The conductor is an officer because you lead the unit. A is for asshole. He kind of does look like a prick. The A is Third Army. That even makes less sense. No, it's not a warrant officer. We've got that figured out. No, it's not a warrant officer. There's another one with the warrant officers in the dress whites, though. That's a warrant officer with the dress whites. I still don't understand why warrant officers exist. I don't get it. Didn't the Navy abolish warrant officers or something?
Presidential inaugural parade.
The whole thing's stupid.
My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be.
What's my question? My question is, why does the conductor have a badge on his uniform that says A at the moment? That's my question. Why does the conductor have a badge with a white A on a blue field?
I can tell you something.
What the hell is that?
These doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
It's the command he's part of Third Army. I'm not really sure that 100% answers my question, because presumably everyone doesn't wear a badge that just happens to say which command they're under. Warrant officer just seems strange to me. I really think I like the in between aspect of the warrant officer. It's like I'd rather be just enlisted or be an officer. I'm like, this hybrid thing, I don't know. Third Army Band has the badge. It's a stupid badge. Make me commander-in-chief so I can tell you to take off the goddamn badge. That's what I'm doing. Since I'm your commander-in-chief, take off the fucking badge. It looks stupid. Warrants are the guys you don't mess with because they go to when you need stuff done. I thought that was the E4 Mafia. I thought those were the people you don't mess with. But then again, you don't go to the E4 Mafia because you want stuff done. So. I like the green. I like the green. That's nice. I'm an 09 and I'm in the band. I play flute. This is my story. I've successfully amused myself. We're going to start a new Special Forces division. Special Forces music. When you absolutely positively need a violinist on an emergency basis. A helo dropped right into North Korea with my violin. This is my flute. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Yeah, 100%. I also feel very unburdened by what has been. I'm feeling extremely unburned by what has been. The white dress uniform people seem like they're really serious. '82nd band is jump qualified. 101st is air assault drop qualified. Outstanding. That is very cool. My great-grandfather, I've told this story before. My great-grandfather was in the German Navy. And he was 17. And the German Navy came to Philadelphia. This would have been just before World War I. I mean, not just before, but like 2 years before World War I. German Navy came to Philadelphia. My grandfather was a tuba player or baritone horn player or something in the German Navy. He was 17. He went on shore leave. He didn't come back. Oh, Lord. But somehow, some way, I'm not exactly sure, he became legitimate. I've seen his citizenship papers. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States.
And then I also saw, which is interesting, because when I was doing my ancestry, I also saw his World War II draft card. He was like 40-something at the time. But I'm not sure what the draft limit was for World War II, but apparently he was within the band. So I saw his World War II draft card because it was still, there was a record of it in the ancestry file, which was pretty cool. I do like the white uniforms. They're cool. I'm still not sure about the red hat, but I'm definitely digging the white top on the blue under. I think that's cool. What do we think, chat? Do we like the red hats or do we not like the red hats? It's the 60th inauguration, but he's not the 60th president. Correct. Some people have been president more than once.
Grass and glory.
And they don't get a new number unless they're non-sequential. So yes, he's the 47th president and the 60th inauguration. Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance.
It's not quite Hail the Chief, but it's still cool. You still get your own song. They brought the desk in there and everything, man. That is so cool. Hail Columbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Yeah. The fact that he's walking right through the people, man. The Secret Service has got to be going nuts. Yeah, the Secret Service has got to be like, this is bullshit. That's cool, man. You know, the hail to the chief, it's got to be one of the better perks of being president, I think. It's just like, that is cool shit. It's like the army will play this, they will play this song for me anytime I want them to. That is just cool, man. I really like this public signing ceremony thing. I don't know if a president's ever done this before, like on Inauguration Day. With this like really public facing. I don't know if anyone's ever done this before, but I think I kind of like it. It's like I'm actually like I'm getting down to work, you know? Let me sign some executive orders and some pardons and shit. That's cool.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And let me do it in front of 20,000 people.
For the 2025
That's cool.
Presidential Inaugural Parade.
Very, very cool. First responders from Butler. Very, very cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide.
This is such a cool event. Like all these people in the stadium. I mean, I've been in that building many times for sporting events. It must be really, really cool. It's just really cool. The building is packed. The energy is high. This is pretty cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
New York Military Academy. New York Military Academy? Which one?
We now present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York.
Oh, not that one.
New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as
Different
one
one.
of alumni of distinction.
Whoops. Never mind.
This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform.
You think the Secret Service had to somehow check all those guns?
Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire.
How do they make sure that no one sneaks in any ammo or anything?
Palm Beach, Florida.
They're not afraid of someone going crazy with a sword, I guess?
This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump.
I wonder if they like removed all the firing pins or something from all those guns. I don't know. I figure the Secret Service had to do something, right? All right, so apparently we're doing a St. Patrick's Day parade now. Feels like it's a little early for St. Patrick's Day, but you know, St. Patrick's Day is every day, I guess.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And
Thank you, Tim, for the 20 gift memberships. Very kind of you.
The distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, the largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks.
You may take our lives, but you'll never take our freedom! Those are the nicest sounding bagpipes I've ever heard, man. Those must be premium bagpipes. Scotland? Yeah.
And look at this, here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
I was in the marching band. I played baritone horn. High school, not college. I must be getting old because those people look like kids.
Community and sporting events, as well as
it's like I must be getting old because those look like kids.
For the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty.
This is kind of a bizarre event. I mean, Donald Trump definitely knows his pageantry, though. And this is the strange, you gotta say, this is the strangest signing of executive orders and pardons that's ever occurred in the United States. Okay? I mean, there's just no two ways around that, guys. I'm gonna sign some EOs and some pardons. You know what I need? Some flag girls. Also, at least one flag boy. It's a normal parade just indoors. How many indoor parades have you ever seen? I guess it's cold outside, but still. An indoor parade. Yeah, I guess.
While they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks. From our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band.
I feel like anyone not from the United States who's watching this right now must be thinking to themselves, this is one of the more American things they've ever seen in their lives. It's like, well, what country could we possibly be in right now? Oh, that's right. It's probably the United States. Are you sure it's not France? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida firefighters, pipes and drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers.
We're definitely not afraid of the American flag, I'll tell you what. I don't know, what country could this possibly be? I don't know, it's so hard to tell. If only someone had some sort of emblem that represented what country that we're in. It's so hard to tell what country this is. Could be anywhere. Oh man, I love it though. I love it. It's great. Oh man. Right now, a bunch of Europeans are saying "goddamn Yanks" right under their breath, I'm pretty sure. Well, no, to be fair, they're just saying it out loud. They wouldn't be saying it under their breath. The red hats, red, white, and blue. Yeah, I did pick up on that. I wasn't that dumb. I did pick up on the red hats was probably to make a red, white, blue thing happen. It still just struck me as odd. I don't know. It didn't quite work for me. But I wasn't that stupid. I did pick up on that. Most of them are going to bed? It's still before midnight in most of Europe. Well, at least France and England and Spain and Portugal. I think it's past midnight in Germany now. Someone in a German bar right now might be looking at this and is very confused.
And as the Florida fighter fighters, pipes and drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 presidential inaugural.
Thank you very much. Oh, one guy's opinion, $20. U.S. border agent was shot and ended conducting an immigration inspection in Vermont on Highway 91. The immigrant was an overstay and was also shot and ended. Well, that sucks. But I'm glad we're defending our border. $2 from Grammartron says European opinion detected, discarding immediately. Yeah. Yes, 12 midnight in Germany, yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I had my time zones right. So, good for my memory. Jesus Freak $2 says they might mutter it, but not to our face. They got special drum skins for this, for the inauguration. That's kind of cool. Do they do this ceremony for every president? I mean, they kind of do. They do a parade, but this is indoors. And so it is particularly something. Gratuitous? Yeah, it's a little gratuitous by taking it indoors. It's a little much.
As the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C.
America's back, baby. You better believe it, Bullwinkle Sprinkles. America is back. I'm feeling very patriotic today. I'm very proud to be an American. $5 for my 53 votes. It's like they took many of the inaugural events and squeezed them into one event in the arena for the people and maybe a few cameras. Yeah, I mean, the fact that this is all confined inside the arena makes it seem, definitely amplifies the whole thing, right? It wouldn't be so bad if this was outside in open air, right? If you had a parade in the streets, like it would just be a parade in the streets. But now you put it inside a closed arena. And it's like, it's a lot when you put it inside. $5 from Tim Riggs. I can't express how happy I am that the vile previous office holders won't be there for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Pog. At least as of like an hour ago, they still hadn't left DC. Biden was giving remarks at the airport. It's like, anytime you want to get on the plane, Biden will be fine. Please leave. The white coats is an interesting choice for the dancers. I guess that's what they originally gonna wear because they're gonna originally wear it outside, I guess. But inside, it's like, again, it's just a lot. Oh, he's got a whistle, baby. He's got a whistle. He's got a whistle and he's got a staff and he's not afraid to use it. She's very pretty. Thank you, $10, Jedi Jen. This is an amazing day for America. Thank you for streaming this. You are welcome. I am really enjoying this. This is pretty awesome. Thank you, Jedi Jen. Speaking as a Brit, this is on the same level as our recent state funeral and coronation. Well, I understand what you mean. Although I can't imagine a drum line. I don't think the coronation had a drum line. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think the British coronation had a drum line. That doesn't seem like the British way. But feel free to take notes for the next time you have a coronation. This is how you do it, British people. This is the way to go. Is it college? Probably. Those people right next to them on the floor, man. Can you imagine those people right next to them on the floor? They're right in front of that band. Holy shit, dude. And they're indoors? They're all gonna be deaf. Big Rig 0485 for $5 says, which part of the parade will the media claim puts our lives in danger? All of it. They're going to say that this is part of the cult. This is part of the cult worship of Trump and his self-aggrandizement. They're going to claim that this is all part of his attempt to corrupt the youth and have a big ass ceremony like a dictator. Mississippi Valley State University. There you go. Yeah, and having historically black universities harkening back to days of plantation. Hey, Hedinger? Yeah, that sounds right. Have all these black people play for him. They're minstrels playing for the president. They're not even getting paid.
Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their universities across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades.
The indoor parade is a little much. It's a little.
State University Band takes great pride in presenting
it's definitely something, man.
Students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo!
Woo!
That's just part of the big green marching machine.
Yaslov Netchef says, can I have some doc signing, please? What the fuck is this layman entertainment? Why not both, baby? Why not both? We're gonna have a little parade, then we'll have a little speech, then we'll have some signings, possibly some more speech, possibly a sacrificial goat of some kind. I think that's why they have red carpet, so it won't, you know, show the blood won't show up too much. Thank you, Texas Granny, for hitting that uncivilian button, hitting that beautiful, beautiful join button.
Please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership.
Man, that was way too much of a shift change for me, man. I'm like, dude, we went from that really exciting thing to Jesus Christ, it's comatose hour. Holy shit.
His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision.
His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East.
Has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives, innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task
Jesus
not only
Christ,
possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say.
Please don't.
We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
If he's trying to bore the terrorists into giving up the hostages, then, you know, maybe.
And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Yay! Thank God! Well, I don't have to listen to anyone else. It's the best news I've ever heard. Give me the guy I actually voted for. Jesus Christ. Oh, I don't have to hear from 15 more speakers. Oh, good. Yay.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole The way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JD? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry.
Let's change JD's nickname to 48.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very
That's
much.
very cute.
Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets that big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest, it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Mark. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Barron is like a total stud. 6'9". Holy shit, dude.
Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did, and Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Darren? They were all good. He understood the market.
Joe
Another
Rogan
thing
for
is-
ambassador.
Kai, stand up, Kai.
I'm not sure to what exactly, but let's appoint Joe Rogan an ambassador, or we could just make Joe Rogan White House press secretary. That'd be mildly hilarious.
Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So
Alec Jones?
Executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want them really involved. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life. because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any
Thank you,
country in the
Yakoslav.
world.
No,
And
it's
we're gonna
not,
use
but
it.
cute.
We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind, big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid, when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore. They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
I thought we already did that. I thought we already withdrew from
The
that.
United States will not sabotage our own industries while China...
Do we join it
operates
again?
with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans, and it comes right over your neighborhood, and it falls into your neighborhood. So
Biden
they all
rejoined?
say, we have
Okay.
to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration. And
I
we
still
didn't
want to
do
know what
anything to
microphone
stop
he's using.
jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one.
I don't do shots for money anymore.
Religion number 2.
I haven't done shots for money in like 2 years.
Love, I don't know. We got to.
I don't think I'll ever do shots for money again.
And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech. And we're
SM-57?
starting today to stop the weaponization.
I don't think it's an SM-57.
Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family?
You think it's an SM-57?
Brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech?
It's probably a Neumann. Nah. Trump uses an SM-57. I mean, it certainly makes sense that would be an SM-57. That's been popular with the presidents for forever. The
I
SM57.
mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that
It's a
work
great
for us here.
microphone.
This is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the
I love my
hostages
Shure
that you're
SM7B.
releasing today.
I love my microphone.
Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, SM57 and windscreen on a shock mount? Could be.
You know, if I put things
Could be.
like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over to the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and
Yeah, I
ends
have
with
a,
the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to sign.
I don't need it anymore, but I have a
great hostages.
fat
that
head
didn't do-
amplification for my microphone.
They didn't do stuff wrong. You
I don't
see,
really
take a
need
look
it
at what
because
went on.
my Wave Alex Solar
Look
has
what
enough
happens in other parts of the country, in Portland, where
has
they killed
enough
people, they destroyed the
gain
city.
without it, but I'm still using it anyway.
In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is
Why does the
go
mic
after
matter?
J6 hostages.
Certain
The
mics sound better than other
76-year-old
mics.
grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking. I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that.
You do live audio event production as an audio engineer?
Crap anymore.
Respect. Yeah. It certainly makes sense to be an SM57.
And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse
I do like the
Capone's
single
not
mic look as opposed to the dual mic, which presidents
He was
use
investigated
or
about
have used
100
traditionally. They use the dual mic. But I do like the single mic look.
My mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents. You know, we had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me, and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC.
The second was back up.
He puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting
Yeah.
really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in.
The second, I think, was for recording. The first was live
They
on the
gave us
dual mic
somebody
setup.
new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two.
But you're right. They weren't both being used live.
But to stop the
the dual mic
weaponization
setup.
of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, ooh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it,
Yeah.
and we will. We're doing all
Yeah,
of
the
this
SM57 is a great
in
microphone.
office. You know, don't forget, we've been
The SM57 is pretty legendary. It can kind of do everything.
the primaries in record
It's been
time.
used by presidents for like 40 years
Ever in political
on the
history.
dual mic setup,
Very nice.
traditionally.
Nice to know. Well,
It's legendarily
the second
reliable,
election was rigged, so
durable.
we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what?
You can
If
use it for
wasn't,
kind of everything.
I would have never.
It's a great microphone.
But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. When the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna
Is
make
the Blue
our
Yeti okay?
country
My
great.
first
We're gonna
microphone
make
was
our
the Blue
country
Yeti.
great again. We're gonna make America great again.
It worked okay.
How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know?
It worked okay.
I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG.
The SM7B is
I don't think it's ever gonna
$400.
replace MAGA. Does
The
anyone-
SM57 is 99 bucks.
Never replacing MAGA.
Yeah, that
Nothing
microphone
will
he's using
replace
is
MAGA.
$100
MAGA
microphone.
Was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see
Yep.
what happens.
Like in guitar,
But
snare drum.
We're not
Yep.
finished yet. We're not finished
It
yet.
also
We got a long
handles-
way to go.
The SM57 also really handles
We're doing this in the very
pressure
first
really
day in
well.
office, and
So you can
in
use
just
it
a
for like
few
kick drums and
I'm not only signing the release
anything that
of
has a lot of-
hostages, I'm
a lot of
signing
sudden
other things
audio,
that you're gonna love.
sudden
You're gonna
noise.
Be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the
Yeah.
next day and the next day.
and
the
it never
next day.
ever breaks, ever.
So I just want to thank. I mean, look at this place. It's full. To
Neither
the
does this
arches. You
microphone.
don't have any
The SM7B,
people up there.
it never breaks.
You
It
don't
lasts
have any
forever.
empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
First is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it up? You want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Nice.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
That's going to get a lot of federal employees' attention. That's going to get a lot of federal employees' attention.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
It's still hilarious to me he uses those Sharpies, though. I mean, that's just so funny to me. I mean, it's a choice.
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
There's already a lawsuit about it? I bet there is. I bet there is a lawsuit about it.
Yes, sir.
The patent office is going to be really unhappy. They had so much telework, man, all
We're
over
going
the
to save
nation.
over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Pretty fun job.
That's very, very cool. That's very, very cool. What a boss rally this wound up to be. This is one of the more interesting political moments in recent memory. You got this huge indoor parade followed by these EO signings in front of 20,000 people. I mean, this is a fairly unique political moment. I can't really think of anything like this in memory. Oh no. If we're doing YMCA, we're doing it properly. Give me a second, please. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, this is okay, this is the right one.
Of course, we're still waiting and watching through.
Okay, yeah, I think this is.
You can remove the stool. Remove the stool.
Here we go.
And launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hard work.
This was last night, by the way.
Have a good meal. Do what the blood
Oh man, that's some good shit. That is just way too much fun. That is just so much fun. Yeah, it's like when I saw that happen yesterday, I was like, that was a lot when I saw that happen yesterday. I was like, okay, I guess we're doing this thing. You know, there was a time when the YMCA, when they didn't even want him playing the song, and now they're performing for him, or the Village People, rather, I should say, not the YMCA. What's the difference, though, right? So that was fun. So good times. I don't think. I was wondering if there was any more live coverage. I don't think so. I was wondering if there's going to be coverage from the White House tonight regarding the pardons he's going to sign. Probably not. So probably won't want to know exactly what happened. Any thoughts on the EOs? I'd really like to read them. That would be nice. I don't know if copies of them are available, but I'd like to read them. I was just scrolling Twitter to see if there was copies available. Probably not. And it's probably not available. Lord. So I don't know if there's going to be any information available from the White House or the DOJ regarding either the EOs that he signed or oh no, I think I think we do have copies of it. Okay, yeah, we do have copies, at least of some of it. Oh, excellent. We do have copies. Are you ready for legal education? Are you ready for legal education? Would you like some legal education now? Would you like to know what he signed? Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I won't tell you. Maybe I'm going to tease you. Maybe I don't want to tell you what they were. Do you want to know what they were? All right, maybe I'll tell you. All right, so here's what he apparently signed. Initial rescission of harmful executive orders and actions. By authority vested in me by as President of the Constitution and laws of the United States, it's hereby ordered. The previous administration has embedded deeply unpopular, inflationary, illegal, and radical practices within every agency and office of the federal government. The injection of diversity, equity, and inclusion into our institutions corrupted them by replacing hard work, merit, and equality with divisive and dangerous preferential hierarchy. Orders to open the borders have endangered the American people and dissolved federal and state and local resources that should be used to benefit the American people. Climate extremism has exploded inflation and overburdened businesses with migration. You gotta love these preambles sometimes. You gotta love these preambles. It's a time to just kind of vent, man. To commence the policies that will make our nation united, fair, safe, and prosperous again is the policy of the United States to restore common sense to the federal government and unleash the potential of the American citizen. The revocations within this order will be the first of many steps by the United States that will take to repair our institutions. The following executive orders are hereby revoked. An executive order advancing racial equality and support for underserved communities throughout the federal government. An executive order ensuring a lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to decennial census. An EO relating to organizing and mobilizing the United States government to provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19 and to provide United States leadership on global health and security. An EO relating to preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. LOL. An executive order relating to ethics commitments by executive branch personnel. An EO related to protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis. An EO with respect to revocation of certain executive orders concerning regulations. So we did a revocation of a revocation. That's cute. Executive order relating to revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities. An executive order relating to ensuring an equitable pandemic response and recovery. That's what I want in my pandemic response, equitableness. An executive order relating to establishing the COVID-19 Pandemic Testing Board and ensuring a sustainable public health workforce for COVID-19 and other biological threats. An executive order relating to improving and expanding access to care and treatments for COVID-19. An executive order relating to protecting work health and safety. An executive order relating to supporting the reopening and continuing operation of schools and early childhood education providers. Blah. An executive order relating to economic relief related to the COVID-19 pandemic. An executive order relating to protecting the federal workforce. An executive order relating to enable all Americans to serve their country in uniform. Well, not all Americans, after all, right? An executive order relating to reforming our incarceration system to eliminate the use of privately operated criminal detention facilities. An executive order relating to the President's Council of Advisor and Science and Technology. Did Biden script the G6 cases by pardoning the police? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about those pardons. And no, he wouldn't have impacted any cases beyond the cases that he pardoned. It would have no impact. An EO relating to tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. An EO relating to strengthening the Medicaid and Affordable Care Act. An EO relating to creating a comprehensive regional framework to address the cause of migration, to manage migration throughout North and Central America, and to provide safe and orderly process of asylum seekers at the United States border. These are really vague descriptions? Yeah, but they list them exactly by number. I'm just saying an EO relating to, because I don't want to read the exact number. But they're all identified by exact number. There's no vagueness. And these are what the EOs were presumably called in the EO themselves. It's just a title. It's just a title. It's just a way of identifying something. But it gives the exact EO. I'm just saying an EO relating to, because do you really want me to read a whole bunch of random numbers? You can follow along on the page, right, where it just says the number. You can see where it says like the exact number, right? You see that part, right? Okay, great. Moving on. An EO relating to establishment of interagency task force on reunification of families. An EO relating to restoring faith in our legal immigration systems and strengthening integrity, integration, and inclusive efforts for new Americans. An EO relating to rebuilding and enhancing programs to resettle refugees and planning for impact on climate migration. An EO relating to an EO relating to establishment of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. An EO relating to revocation of certain presidential elections. So again, a revocation of a revocation. An EO relating to promoting access to voting. An EO relating to establishment of the White House Gender Policy Council. An EO relating to guaranteeing an educational environment free from discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual orientation or gender identity. An EO relating to termination of emergency with respect to the International Criminal Court, which again, it's a revocation of a termination. So, an EO relating to establishment of the Presidential Commission of the Supreme Court of the United States. An EO relating to establishment of the Climate Change Support Office. An EO relating to revocation of certain presidential actions and technical amendments. An EO relating to climate-related financial risk. An EO related to advancing equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. An EO related to diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the federal workforce. An EO related to strengthening American leadership in clean cars and trucks. An EO relating to amending an EO. In EO relating to White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Hispanics. In EO relating to the White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Native Americans and strengthening tribal colleges and universities. In EO relating to White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Black Americans. In EO relating to implementation of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In EO relating to non-displacement of qualified workers under service contracts. In EO relating to catalyzing clean energy industry and jobs through federal sustainability. In EO relating to establishing the United States Council on Transnational Organized Crime. A EO relating to advancing economic efficiency and effectiveness in federal contracting by promoting pay equity and transparency. An EO relating to continuing to strengthen Americans' access to affordable quality health coverage. An EO relating to advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. An EO relating to advancing equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex individuals. An EO relating to implementation of the energy and infrastructure provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. An EO relating to promoting the arts, the humanities, and museum and library services. An EO relating to lowering prescription drug costs for Americans. An EO relating to establish the President's Advisory Council on African diaspora engagement in the United States. What is diaspora? The dispersion of people from their original homeland. Great. So this is to deal with Africans who were displaced from their original homeland? Okay. In EO relating to further advancing racial equity, and support for underserved communities through the federal government. An EO related to a presidential memorandum relating to withdrawal of certain areas off the United States Arctic coast and outer continental shelf from oil or gas leasing. An EO relating to modernizing regulatory review. An EO relating to revitalizing our nation's commitment to environmental justice for all. You got to love these titles right away, man. You got to love these titles, man. An EO related to moving beyond COVID-19 vaccination requirements for federal workers. An EO relating to safety, security, and trust development and use of artificial intelligence. An EO relating to imposing certain sanctions on persons undermining peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. An EO relating to White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity through Hispanic serving institutions. An EO relating to providing an order of succession within the Department of Agriculture, and then the same for Homeland Security, and then the same for Department of Justice, and then the same for Treasury, and then the same for Office of Management Budget, and then the same for National Security Cyber Director. An EO relating to designation of officials on the Council of Environmental Quality to act as chairman. An EO relating to designations of officials of the Office of Personnel Management, and the same relating to the Office of Science and Technology, and the same as the United States Agency for Global Media, and the same for the United States Agency for International Development, and the same for the International Department of Finance Corporation. An EO relating to withdrawal of certain areas of the United States continental shelf, and the same. A EO relating to certification of rescission of Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. So it's, again, a rescission of a certification of rescission. So it's a rescission of a rescission. Does that mean that Cuba is now a state sponsor of terrorism? I don't know. An EO relating to revocation of the National Security Presidential Memorandum, number 5. An EO relating to providing for the appointment of alumni of AmeriCorps for competitive service. Implementation. To effectuate the revocations described in Section 2, the heads of each agency shall take immediate steps to end federal implementation of unlawful and radical DEI ideology. The Director of Domestic Policy Council and Director of National Economic Council shall review all federal government actions taken pursuant to the orders, memorandums, and proclamations listed in Section 2 of this order and take necessary steps to rescind, replace, or amend such actions as appropriate. Within 45 days of the date of this order, the Director of the Domestic Policy Council and Director of the National Economic Council shall submit to the President an additional list of orders, memorandums, and proclamations issued by the present administration that should be rescinded, as well as a list of replacement orders, memorandum, or proclamations to increase the American prosperity. The National Security Advisor shall immediately begin to complete a thorough review of all national security memorandum issued from January 20th, 2021 through January 20th, 2025 for harm to national security, domestic reliance, and American values. No less than 45 days from the date of this order, the NSA shall recommend to the President memorandum for rescission. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise impact the authority of the government, the authority granted by law to the executive department or agency or head thereof, the functions of the Director of Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposal. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. And this order is not intended to and does not create a right or benefit, substantive, procedural, enforceable in law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, agencies, or any other person. Fantastic. So that was one order that was written. All right, let's see what else we got. In EO relating to restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution, an amendment essential to the success of our republic, enshrines the right of the American people to speak freely in the public square without governmental interference. Over the last 4 years, the previous administration trampled free speech rights by censoring American speech on online platforms, often by exerting substantial coercive pressure on third parties, such as social media companies, to moderate, deplatform, or otherwise suppress speech that the federal government did not approve, under the guise of combating misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. The federal government infringed on the constitutionally protected speech rights of American citizens across the United States in a manner that advanced the government's preferred narrative about significant matters of public debates. Governmental censorship of speech is intolerable in a free society. It is the policy of the United States to ensure the right of the American people to engage in constitutionally protected speech. Ensure that no federal government officer, employee, or agent engages in or facilitates any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the freedom of speech of any American citizen. Ensure that no taxpayer resources are used to engage in or facilitate any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the freedom of speech of any American citizen, and identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government related to censorship of protection of speech. No federal department, agency, entity, officer, employee, or agent may act or use any federal resource in manner consistent with Section 2 of this order. Oh, contrary to Section 2. Okay, that makes more sense. The United States, the Attorney General, in consultation with heads of executive departments and agencies, shall investigate the activities of the federal government over the last 4 years that are inconsistent with the purposes and policies of this order and prepare a report to be submitted to the President through the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken based on the findings of the report. And then, the things that we just said relating to, what this doesn't do. Fine. Let's do the next thing. All right. Let's see what else we got. Ending the weaponization of the federal government. All right. Are we all doing fine in chat over there? It seems like chat has slowed down. Are we having fun? If we're not having fun, I can stop doing this. I don't want to bore you. I can do something else. Questions, comments, whatever. I mean, they kind of are what they are. They say what they say. So they're kind of what you'd expect them to say to some degree. There's not like a lot of deep analysis to do right now. It's a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. Keep reading. Okay. It's been a long day just looking at what the Senate's up to. Okay. You're having fun? Great. As long as you're having a good time, I'm having a good time. Cool. Excellent. All right, let's read about ending the weaponization of the federal government. The American people have witnessed the previous administration engaging in a systematic campaign against its perceived political opponents. Preach. Weaponizing the legal forces of, thank you, Wookie Gremlin, $5. Hey, Uncivil, thanks for the information and nice beard. You're welcome. Don Leinhart for $2 says, Kurtz, thought on T using EO to end birthright citizenship. I don't think he can do it. I don't think it's meaningful. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The birthright citizenship is a provision of the Constitution. It means whatever it means. The president can't change what it means. I mean, the president can't just magically say there's a 28th Amendment now, and he can't magically change the meaning of some other amendment, right? So whatever it means, it means. President Trump has no power to impact the interpretation of a constitutional amendment. No president does. That'd be really dumb. That'd be incredibly dumb, right? So, yeah, it's a meaningless thing. It's meaningless. In terms of what I think the clause means, the clause says that any person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be a citizen of the United States and of the state in which they reside. Okay. The phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof has been understood to be fairly narrow in its construction, which makes sense because if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, then the United States can't criminally prosecute you because you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, right? The very thing that allows the criminal laws of the United States to be a thing is the fact that the United States has jurisdiction, right? That's the reason that there are federal statutes, for example, that make certain federal crimes to be crimes. But if the federal government does not have jurisdiction, then it doesn't have the power to make crimes crimes because it has no jurisdiction. So I think that the way that we've interpreted it makes the most sense. It doesn't apply to ambassadors. It doesn't apply to ambassadors' children. It's been held not to apply to Native Americans. They got birthright citizenship by statute, not by constitution. It's been held to apply, not to apply to invading armies, but these aren't invading armies within a normal sense. And I don't think the president can just magically change them into an invading army. So I don't think the president can do what they're proposing. So that's my thought on it. Yeah. Subject to jurisdiction used to exclude Indian children. You're correct. And that's why I said it was changed by statute, not by the Constitution. Yeah. Native Americans were not given birthright citizenship by Constitution. They were given birthright citizenship by statute. So yeah. Illegals are invaders. Yeah, I don't think you can just magically change them into an army. I'm not sure that you can do that. So, could Native Americans be prosecuted before the Native American Naturalization Act? Well, the Constitution gives the ability of the Constitution itself also gives the ability for the federal government to regulate the Indian tribes. So, yes, presumably, but because there's a separate constitutional grant of jurisdiction specifically for them. So maybe it's an exception to an exception kind of thing, right? It's like, yes, the federal government could have done it before they were citizens, but because the Constitution explicitly granted authority for them to regulate the Indian tribes. So it's like an exception to an exception. Don Lionheart gets $2 to say, thank you, Kurt. I concur, but it's good to hear from you. It's about the question about the interpretation being adjudicated. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously setting up a lawsuit. Setting up a lawsuit for sure. And then, like, yeah. What constitutes an army? Well, that they're under the control of a foreign sovereign would be a pretty good definition of an army, because that's the nature of a military, is that they're under the control of a foreign sovereign, and the sovereign is the one that is commanding them to enter the foreign territory. Is a pretty reasonable definition of an army or a military. You know, which is incidentally like the same definition that you would use in more generally speaking, right? Or like Geneva Conventions. Like, what is a lawful combatant? Right? What is a lawful combatant? Well, it's someone who is in the army and has uniform and is under the control of the sovereign and blah, 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 right? As opposed to someone who's none of those things, who just picks up a weapon, who's not a lawful combatant and therefore not protected by those conventions. So like this distinction we already have in law to some degree. An army would be an organized group, doesn't have to be foreign, right? Well, if it's not foreign, then it's native, in which case it's our army, in which case, what are we talking about? We can't be invaded by ourselves. So, yeah. You're probably not subject given Tam, who's declared citizen because his parents were legal residents. Well, you're thinking about Van Ark or whatever it is, the United States Supreme Court case, and that certainly clarified that children of lawful residents gain citizenship and didn't speak beyond that. But yeah. Yeah, the president can refuse to issue citizenships. They would then sue and would bring it up to the Supreme Court. Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. Great. That was fun discussion. Let's move back to this thing. All right. The American people have witnessed the previous administration engage in a systematic campaign against its perceived political opponents, weaponizing the legal force of numerous federal law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community against those perceived political opponents in the form of investigation, prosecutions, civil enforcement actions, and other related actions. These actions appear oriented more towards inflicting political pain than pursuing actual justice or legitimate governmental objectives. Many of these activities appear to be inconsistent with the Constitution and or laws of the United States, including those activities directed at parents protesting at school board meetings, Americans who spoke out against the previous administration's actions, and other administrations who are simply exercising constitutional rights. The prior administration and allies throughout the country engaged in unprecedented third world weaponization of prosecutorial power to upend the democratic process. Kim Ark? Something like that, yeah. Van Ark? Yeah, Kim Van Ark. That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. It targeted individuals who voiced opposition to the prior administration's policies with numerous federal investigations and politically motivated funding revocations, which cost American access to needed services. The Department of Justice even jailed an individual for posting a political meme. And while the Department of Justice has ruthlessly prosecuted more than 1,500 individuals associated with January 6th, and simultaneously dropped nearly all cases against BLM rioters. Facts. Wong Kim Ark. Fair enough. Therefore, this order sets forth a process to ensure accountability for previous administration's weaponization of the federal government against the American people. It's the policy of the United States to identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government relating to the weaponization of law enforcement and the weaponization of the intelligence community. The Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of departments and agencies in the United States, shall take appropriate action to review the activities of all departments and agencies exercising civil or criminal enforcement authority in the United States, including but not limited to Department of Justice, Securities and Exchange Commission, and Federal Trade Commission, over the last 4 years, and identify any instances where a department or agency's conduct appears to have been contrary to the purposes of policies of this order, and prepare a report to be submitted to the President through the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and counsel to the President, with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken to fulfill the purposes and policies of this order. The Director of National Intelligence, who might be Gifford, we'll see. The Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with the heads of the appropriate departments and agencies within the intelligence community, shall take all appropriate action to review the activities of the intelligence community over the last 4 years and identify any instances where the intelligence community's conduct appears to have been contrary to the purposes and policies of this order, and prepare a report to be submitted to the President through a Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and National Security Advisor, with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken to fulfill the purposes of the order. The term intelligence community has the meaning given in Section 3003 and Title 50 of the United States Code. In furtherance of these policies, departments and agencies are directed to comply with applicable document retention policies and legal obligations. Instances of noncompliance with document retention or legal obligation will be referred to the Attorney General. Nice. Let's see what else we got. Oof. Returning to in-person work. This will be interesting. This one's short. Heads of all department and agencies in the executive branch of the government shall, as soon as practical, take all necessary steps to terminate remote work arrangements and require employees to return to work in person at their respective duty stations on a full-time basis, provided that the department and agency heads shall make exemptions they deem necessary. Well, that one's pretty short and to the point. Regulatory work freeze. I hereby order all departments and agencies to take the following steps. Do not propose or issue any rule in any matter, including by sending a rule to the Office of the Federal Register until a department or agency head appointed or designated by the President afternoon on January 20th, 2025, reviews and approves the rule. The department or agency head may delegate this power of review and approval to any other person so appointed or designated by the President, consistent with applicable law. The director or acting director of the Office of Management and Budget may exempt any rule he deems necessary to address emergency situations or other urgent circumstances, including rules subject to statutory or judicial deadlines that require prompt action. Immediately withdraw any rules that have been sent to the OFR but not published in the Federal Register, so they can be reviewed and approved as described in paragraph 1, subject to the exemptions therein. Consistent with applicable law and subject to the exemptions described in paragraph 1, consider postponing for 60 degrees from the date of this memorandum the effective date for any rules that have been published in the Federal Register or any rules that have been published and issued in any manner but not taken effect for the purpose of reviewing any questions of fact, law, and policy the rules may create. During the 60-day period, where appropriate and consistent with applicable rule, consider opening a comment period to allow interested parties to provide comments about the issues of law, fact, and policies raised by the rule postponed under this memorandum, and consider reevaluating pending petitions invoking such rules. As appropriate and consistent with the applicable law, and where necessary to continue to review these questions of fact, law, and policy, consider further delaying or publishing the notice for comment, proposed rules, further delaying such rules beyond the 60-day period. Excuse me. Following the postponement described in paragraph 3, no further action needs to be taken for those rules that raise no substantive questions of fact, law, and policy. For those rules that raise substantive questions of fact, law, and policies, agencies should notify and take further appropriate action and consult with the OMB. That's pretty understandable. Excuse me. I feel very warm all of a sudden. All right, hiring freeze. By the authority vested in me as President of the United States, I hereby order a freeze on the hiring of federal civilian employees to be applied throughout the executive branch. As part of this freeze, no federal civilian position that's vacant at noon on January 20th, 2025 may be filled, and no new position may be created, except as otherwise provided in this memorandum or other applicable law. Except as provided below, this freeze applies to all executive departments and agencies, regardless of their sources of operational and programmatic funding. This order does not apply to military personnel of the armed forces or to positions related to immigration enforcement, national security, or public safety. Moreover, nothing in this memorandum shall adversely impact the provision of Social Security, Medicare, or veterans benefits. In addition, the Director of Office of Personnel Management may grant exemptions from this freeze where those exemptions are otherwise necessary. Within 90 days of the date of this memorandum, the Director of Office of Management and Budget, in consultation with the Director of OPM and Administrator of the Director United States DOGE Service, which apparently has been called USDS. Really? We called it USDS? We didn't call it Doge. We called it the USDS. That is the lamest news I've heard yet. That is the lamest news I've heard yet. The Doge service has the official acronym of USDS. That's just lame. That's just lame. USDS? How am I supposed to meme that? Shall submit a plan to reduce the size of the federal government workforce through efficiency improvements and attrition. Upon issuance of the OMB plan, this memorandum shall expire for all executive departments and agencies, with the exception of the Internal Revenue Service. Nice. This memorandum shall be in effect for the IRS until the Secretary of Treasury, in consultation with the Director of OMB and Administrator of DOGE, which we're going to call USDS, determines that it's in the national interest to lift the freeze. Contracting outside the federal government to circumvent the intent of this memorandum is prohibited. Nice. In carrying out this memorandum, the heads of executive departments and agencies shall seek efficient use of existing personnel and funds to improve public services and delivery of these services. Accordingly, this memorandum does not prohibit making reallocations to meet the highest priority need, maintain essential services, and protect national security, homeland security, and public safety. This memorandum does not limit the nomination and appointment of officials to positions requiring presidential approval or Senate confirmation, the approval of officials to non-career positions in the senior executive service, or to Schedule A or C positions in the accepted service, the appointment of officials through temporary organizational hiring authority, or the appointment of any other non-career employees or officials if approved by agency leadership, appointed by the president. Moreover, it does not limit the hiring of personnel where such a limit would conflict with applicable law. Nice. All right, concerning the cost of living crisis. I don't feel well. I need to open the door. I need to open my window a little. It's a little stuffy in here. All right. I just need to I needed to open a window. Pardon me. Is it normal to pardon someone who hasn't been convicted? Yes. It's not abnormal. Yeah. Breathe, my pasty friend. I'm breathing, baby. I'm breathing. Yeah. I just opened the balcony window a little. Opened my balcony just to crack to let in some air. The air is quite cool, but it's refreshing. So that's nice. Delivering emergency price relief for American families and debating the cost of living crisis. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration's destructive policies inflicted a historic inflation crisis on the American people. The Biden administration not only exploded governmental spending artificially and unsustainably stimulating demand, but simultaneously made necessary goods and services scarce through a crushing regulatory burn and radical policies designed to weaken American production. Hardworking families today are overwhelmed by the cost of fuel, food, housing, automobiles, medical care, utilities, and insurance. Particularly my health insurance, by the way, which I cannot really afford. In particular, the assault on plentiful and reliable American energy through unnecessary and illegal regulatory demands has driven up the cost of transportation and manufacturing. In addition, the unlawful regulatory mandate on companies to effectively eliminate many or most gas-powered vehicles have resulted in artificial price increases on those popular vehicles to subsidize electrical vehicles disfavored by consumers. Moreover, many Americans are unable to purchase homes due to historically high prices, in part due to regulatory requirements that alone account for 25% of the cost of constructing a new home, according to recent analysis. In sum, unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration is estimated to have imposed almost $50,000 in costs on the average American household, whereas my first-term agenda reduced regulatory costs by almost $11,000 per household. It's critical to restore purchasing power to the American family and improve our quality of life. I hereby order the heads of all departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with applicable law to the American people and increase the prosperity of the American worker. This shall include pursuing appropriate actions to lowering the cost of housing and expanding housing supply, eliminating unnecessary administrative expense and rent-seeking practices that increase healthcare costs, eliminating counterproductive requirements that raise the cost of homes and appliances, am I pro single payer or universal healthcare? I don't know how to fix the problem. I'm not smart enough to fix the problem. Within 30 days of this memorandum, the assistant to the president shall report to me on the status of implementation. Okay, fair enough. Let's see what else we got. The number of EOs on Trump's desk. I mean, there were a few of them. Putting America first in international environment agreements. The United States must grow its economy and maintain jobs for its citizens while playing a leadership role in global efforts to protect the environment. Over decades, with the help of sensible policies that do not encumber private sector activity, the United States has simultaneously grown its economy, raised worker wages, increased energy production, reduced air and water pollution, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The United States' successful track record of advancing both economic and environmental objectives should be a model for other countries. In recent years, the United States has purported to join international agreements and initiatives that do not reflect our country's values or contributions to the pursuit of the economic and environmental objectives. Moreover, these agreements steer American taxpayer dollars to countries that do not require or merit financial assistance in the interest of the American people. Is the EO signed on TV legal? You bet your ass it is. You bet your ass it is. That's legal. Is the policy of my administration to put the interests of the United States and American people first in development and negotiation of international agreements with potential to damage or stifle the American economy? The United States ambassador to the United Nations shall immediately submit formal written notifications of the United States withdrawal from the Paris Agreement under the United States Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This note shall be submitted to the Secretary General of the United States as depository of the agreement attached in Appendix A. The United States will consider its withdrawal from the agreement and any attendant obligations to be effective immediately upon provisions of the notification. The United States Ambassador to the United Nations shall immediately submit written formal notification to the Secretary General. The United States Ambassador shall immediately cease or revoke any purported financial commitment, blah, 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 blah. And you got the drill. So, yeah, I look red. I told you I was feeling a little off. There's no reason to, like, poke at me. In fact, I know who you are. Fuck off. Just leave me the fuck alone, please. So that is all that. Are there any inaugural bites, balls? Yes, as far as I'm aware, sure. Trump signings are live? I was just looking for them now to see if I could find them. I can't find any. I was just searching to see if I could find anything.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
No.
Would somebody fake cancer?
When do the pardons come? Supposedly tonight. Oh, here we go. Yeah, oh my God, that's a lot of executive orders.
Prime Minister Trudeau, like all Governor Trudeau. I met with
holy shit.
Foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir. A government order restoring freedom.
All right, give me 1 second, please. One moment, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Holy shit.
They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Holy shit.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
Let me see if I can find like anything where he like came in earlier, because Fox News was like a second delayed. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. God damn it. Deep breaths, Kurt. Deep breaths. You can do it. Deep breaths. You can do it. You're smart on civil, and you can do it, and I believe in you.
Vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
I'm trying to find the beginning. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find the beginning. I think this is as beginning as it gets.
So this is a big one.
I think this is as beginning as it gets.
Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly.
Yeah, there's some names there. I can't read any of them, but there's some names there.
They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the various...
The courts.
What do you mind?
I'm going to lose my shit.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Can you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States Refugee Admission Program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay?
The AP started streaming 30 minutes ago. Let me see if I can find it on AP then.
Other reasons to. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings.
No, not really.
I spoke to President Xi.
Well, a little bit. There's a little bit extra.
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets.
Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. You're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons.
I forget who said it on stream, but somebody. Whoa, can I hear myself? Check 1 2. Whoa, 1 2 1 2. Okay. Anyways, no, I can hear myself. Okay, that's really, and I'm on a delay. Why can't I hear myself? I can't deal with that. Hold on. Check 1 2. Okay, just mute my mic so I can't hear myself. Okay, wow, that was really bothering me. Sorry. In any event, yeah, someone was like, "Oh, he's not going to pardon people. He won't do it. He's not going to pardon people." One of my streams was like, "Yeah, no, he's apparently pardoning them tonight. It's not even midnight. It's not even 8 o'clock, and he's pardoning people." It's like, yeah, no, he's pardoning a whole lot of people.
To act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is a...
No, I can't hear anything.
Get that down so they can get them going right now.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States Refugee Admission Program to better align with American principles and American interests.
My volume is low. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. No, my volume is fine. The volume is the levels it's supposed to be at.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Yeah.
President Trump, if cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
I think that would be a yes.
That Maduro would accept Venezuelans.
Say it?
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's, boy, it was a great country 20 years ago.
Can Trump use a stamp signature? Yes.
Expect ICE raids.
Yes. As long as he makes the decision to sign, he can use an auto pen. He can have someone else sign it for him.
I don't want to say when, but it's
Yes, he
going to happen.
can.
Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
Suck it, drug lab people.
Yes, sir.
SEAL Team 6 is going to come after you, boys. SEAL Team 6 is going to kick in your drug dealing door, man.
As terrorist organizations, foreign.
Fuck you guys. America, fuck yeah. We're making clear and present danger great again. I think that's what that EO was. Making clear and present danger great again.
Killing 250, 300,000 American people a year.
See, that was the mistake the president made in clear and present danger. That was the mistake. He tried to keep it a secret. He tried to keep it a secret and tried to hide and cover up the whole thing. And President Donald Trump's like, yeah, no, I'm just going to send in special forces and shoot everyone in the face. And then it's like, oh, okay, so it's not a secret. Oh, okay. All right, great. Moving on.
Like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal
Variable. This is knife. Over. You better believe. You better bet your ass. White House is a bit low. It's a little low.
The biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President.
That's not my fault so much as just where the microphones are in the room, by the way.
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security
policy is a
threat?
big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day in
I've
office?
already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them.
Is it preemptive pardon constitutional? Yes.
Prime Minister Trudeau.
100%. No problem.
I've met
Yes.
with, numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Yeah, well, that one's going to wind up in the court pretty fast. Holy shit.
That's a big one.
What about that one in the courts? That one is likely to be
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know.
I don't know that we're the only one.
Just absolutely ridiculous, but, you know, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
Yeah, pardon power is comprehensive.
President Trump did. President
If you want to sound really smart in your conversations, when you talk about the part, if you want pardon power, if you want to sound smart, the word you use is plenary.
Oh.
The pardon power is plenary. That's the smart person's word. That's the smart person's word. That's how they know that you're that's how people know you're saying something that they understand.
Let's read it.
Plenary is your word of the day.
First, and then make that determination. Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left Tim one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about with them all?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me, no. He did it, they released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that.
Mr. President,
It's bad precedent, obviously.
where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
On each.
On each, yes.
this is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay? Sounds reasonable.
Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember
Oh, Lord.
4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me, I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are we going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general?
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S., so we're going to have a lot of workers.
We will do a short view of what he signed. I already did the ones that he signed earlier today. As to the ones he's signing now,
For when you want to put on the
yeah,
Which one?
whenever they become available, I guess. The one I'm obviously interested in is in the pardons.
Say it again.
China tariffs. The
I bet the DOJ is super thrilled.
Well, you-
I
as
bet
you
that
know,
I
put
bet
on
that the I bet the
large
DOJ
tariffs
is
on China.
really
They're
super happy.
forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country.
Lord
So
have mercy. 1,500 pardons?
taken in
That
hundreds
covers
of
just about
millions of
everybody,
dollars
man.
from China because
Shit.
And they were unable
1,500 pardons?
to terminate the tariffs.
Well, it's not necessarily a complete pardon for every person. He didn't say that.
The budgets.
So I'm not sure what the nature of the pardons are. We'll have to read them when we get there.
We're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know.
The pardons could be there on stream. It might well be.
Very good phone call. Long.
Did you please come with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We are, we're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk
How
to
can you
Xi
pressure so
about? Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going
That's
to talk
good.
with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
From Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see our relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
This is
Mr. President, it sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that, define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because
6%.
of fentanyl.
Right, so I'm asking where
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional
And
China
a very big
tariffs-
thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, He didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table, or is that?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? Well, you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
You know what I'm
Russia.
saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
Sir, this is
It's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to.
100% tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes.
But how
They'll
is
have
the
a
BRICS
100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how is
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions
As
as
per
opposed
the Supreme Court.
to other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal, merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you had said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, there's only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer?
We are going to pause because I have text. Text is glory. Text is life. There's no way I'm reading all this, but I will read some of it. Can I get some super chats or at least a like on the stream? Because I'm trying to find these things as soon as they're available. I do try to find things for you guys, and I would appreciate some love back if you wouldn't mind. All right. Here we go. Thank you, $10 from Lee Renwood. All right, granting pardons and commutation of sentences for certain offenses relating to events at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Okay, this is going to be good. This proclamation ends a grave national injustice that has been perpetuated upon the American people over the last 4 years and begins a process of national reconciliation. Acting pursuant to the grant of authority in Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution of the United States, I hereby commute the sentences of the following individuals convicted of offenses relating to events that occurred at or near the Capitol on January 6th to time served as of January 20th, 2025. And so then that's just like, okay. So then that's a commutation of like 12 people or so. So those 12 people get commutations as to time served. Fantastic. Thank you, Tim Riggs, for the 20 gift memberships. Thank you for Lee Renwood again for the $10. Thank you for Isabel, and thank you for Neo Dark Matter for the $5. Okay. All right. So those 12 people or so get commutations. Thank you, Grammar Tron, and thank you, Andrew Maggard, for the $2, respectively. Okay. Wow. That's unambiguous. Grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses relating to events that occurred at or near the Capitol, United States Capitol, on January 6, 2021. Well, holy shit. Wow. That's a lot more than I expected. That's a lot broader than I expected. Wow. So we've got these 12 or so people, which only get commutations to time served. And then literally everyone else gets a full and complete pardon. Wow. That's expansive. Okay. The Attorney General shall administer and effectuate the immediate issuance of certificates of pardon to all individuals described in Section B above, and shall ensure that all individuals convicted of offense relating to the offense that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021, who are held in prison are released immediately. The Bureau of Prisons shall immediately implement all instructions from the Department of Justice regarding this directive. I further direct the Attorney General to pursue dismissal with prejudice to the government of all pending indictments against individuals for their conduct relating to in events at or near the United States Capitol, January 6, 2021. The Bureau of Prisons shall immediately implement all instructions from the Department of Justice regarding this directive. Well, holy shit. He pardoned everybody, basically, long story short. He pardoned everyone. And all pending cases are gone. Well, that's a lot. I suppose on the other side, we could pick up our Capitol Riot series with these 12 names. We could find out what these 12 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 names. I'm sorry. We could do a Capitol Riot series with these 14 people to figure out what they did. But wow. That's expansive. I mean, we are really not fucking around. We are completely not fucking around. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's all offenses. People broke in, assaults against officers. That's a lot of ground, man. The Broken Scout gets 50 gift memberships. Thank you, the Broken Scout, for the 50 gift memberships. I don't fully know what to do with that information.
New donation from Rossman Ranch.
Thank you, Rossman Ranch. Oh, there's also a TikTok. Okay, there's also a TikTok one. Great, let's read that. Applications of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. TikTok, holy shit. Okay. The Protecting American from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act regulates foreign adversary controlled applications, specifically those operated by TikTok and or any other subsidiary of China-based company ByteDance on national security grounds. Section 2A of the Act prohibits entities from distributing, maintaining, or updating certain defined foreign adversary controlled applications within the territory of the United States by providing services for such distribution, maintenance, or updates by means of an online mobile application store or other marketplace or internet hosting service to enable the distribution, maintenance, or updating of such applications. Section 2G of the Act defines foreign adversary controlled application to include websites, desktop applications, mobile applications, and augmented or immersive application technologies operated directly or indirectly by ByteDance or TikTok. Thank you very much for the 10 Australian dollars. Fiona, who says thanks. I'm thankful for you too. I have the unique constitutional responsibility for national security of the United States, conduct foreign policy, and other vital executive functions. To fulfill those responsibilities, thank you, $10 from Dark Avenger. Curt your face when you realize a full and unconditional pardon for those people. It was a wonderful sight of relief and surprise. I was very surprised. I was surprised it was that expansive. I was like, holy shit, this is more expansive than I imagined. And to be quite frank, more expansive than I would have drafted. But I'm not president. So, not my call. I have the unique constitutional responsibility for national security in the United States, the foreign conduct of foreign policy, and other vital executive functions. To fulfill those responsibilities, I intend to consult with my advisors, including the heads of relevant departments and agencies, on national security concerns posed by TikTok, and to pursue a resolution that protects national security while saving a platform used by 170 million Americans. My administration must also review sensitive intelligence relating to those concerns and evaluate the sufficiency of mitigation measures TikTok has taken to date. The unfortunate timing of Section 2A of the Act, one date before I took office as the 47th President of the United States, interferes with my ability to assess the national security and foreign policy implications of the Act's prohibitions before they take effect. This timing also interferes with my ability to negotiate. Thank you, $10 for Eric Wolf for covering this. I appreciate that. It interferes with my ability to assess the national security and foreign policy implications of the Act. The timing also interferes with my ability to negotiate a resolution to avoid an abrupt shutdown of the TikTok platform while I'm addressing national security concerns. Accordingly, I'm instructing the Attorney General not to take any action to enforce the Act for a period of 75 days from today to allow my administration opportunity to terminate an appropriate course of forward in an orderly way that protects national security while avoiding abrupt shutdown of a communications platform used by millions of Americans. I hereby order the Attorney General not to take any action on behalf of the United States to enforce the Act for 75 days from the date of this order to permit my administration an opportunity to determine the appropriate course of action with respect to TikTok. During this period, the Department of Justice shall take no action to enforce the Act or impose any penalties upon any entity for noncompliance with the Act, including for distributing, maintaining, or updating, or enabling distributing, maintaining, or updating of any foreign adversary-controlled applications defined by the Act. In light of this direction, even after the expiration of the above specified period, the Department of Justice shall not take any action to enforce the Act or impose any penalties against any entity for the conduct that occurred during this period or any period prior to the issuance of this order, including the period of time from January 19th to the signing of this order. The Attorney General shall take all appropriate action to issue written guidance to implement this. I further order the Attorney General to issue a letter to each provider stating there's been no violation of statute and there's no liability for any conduct that occurred during the specified period, as well for any conduct for the official states. Because of the national security interests at stake and because Section 2D of the Act vests authority for investigation and enforcement of the Act only in the Attorney General, attempted enforcement by states or private parties respects an encroachment on the powers of the executive. The Attorney General shall exercise all available authority to preserve and defend the executive's exclusive authority to enforce the Act. Well, that's interesting. It says TikTok gets 75 more days of reprieve. Holy shit. Well, fuck, that's a lot. Well, fuck, that's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot of things that just happened, man. That is a lot of things that just happened. Holy shit.
Well, we're looking at two police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them a, we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive. And in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside.
This has been an interesting day.
I think they were. I think
For the
they were outside
yeah.
agitators. There were outside agitators involved.
The term of president is 1,461 days long, I believe.
Because
I think.
Ray admitted the FBI was.
I'm pretty sure the term of the president is 1,461 days.
Directly.
So only 1,460 and a half more days to go.
No, we have. We're going to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. Somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About doing that, you have some interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you plan?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
Your first trip foreign that might be, sir?
So first foreign trip typically has been with UK, but I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
think
to
I'd
end the
probably go
war first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi
It should have
Arabia?
never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon, not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says Tik Tok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about Anwar?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up Anwar.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless.
Okay.
If the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless.
TikTok. So the TikTok is going to be divested to the United States.
So I think,
Okay.
like a
That's
joint venture, I think we would
fun.
have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
Oh Lord.
Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. I mean, they really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining.
Okay.
There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, you know, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%.
This has been this has definitely been one of the more impactful day ones in recent memory. It could just be me. Maybe I'm not fully appreciating what other presidents have done on day one. But it feels like a lot. It feels like a lot for day one. President Biden said on day one, I'm going to do a whole lot of shit. A lot of presidents say on day one, they're going to do a whole lot of shit. Most presidents on day one don't do a whole lot of shit. It seems to me like President Trump has been doing a whole lot of shit on day one. He's like, on day one, I'm going to do all these things. And like, it seems like he's doing them now. It seems like a lot. It's been one of the more interesting day ones.
And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well
be,
in the
yeah,
US?
could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if they don't take you 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, you plan to talk to President Musk going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned
No.
implementation. in your
Elon, no. Elon's very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. You said Marco. Marco.
Rubio.
Yeah, he's, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good people know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order, right?
President?
Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
Just signed it.
How many did you
still
sign?
changing
Are you going to
Venezuela,
sign?
changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves, so.
President Trump,
Of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig.
Mr. President,
But,
we believe in climate
really
change.
the opposite.
when do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, you know, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen, but I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger, they have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
what did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China too, I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, you know, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
Plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. I mean, Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does, he might not, I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's gonna be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I got along with him great, and, you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but you know, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The pagers and others. You know, the attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer I call it cancer, the cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can
I see a lot of names in gray.
and conclude the three phases?
I have to say this displeases me.
It's our war, it's their war, but I'm
I
not
see a lot of names in gray that could be green if they hit the beautiful, beautiful join button for 99 cents a month.
Is like a massive demolition site. That place is, it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, the best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be?
Thank you, Patricia, for the 5 gift memberships. That's nice of you. And thank you,
Don't forget.
Rogue Accountant, for the 10 gift memberships. That's very nice of you.
Charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't
It is
approve
only 99 cents. It's literally as cheap as I can make it.
because we'd put tariffs on China, maybe.
For the cost of one Arizona iced tea.
Certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs.
For the cost of a quart of gas,
even 100%.
you can supply me for an entire month.
I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's an interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right, because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to
What do I think about the purple tie? I like his tie. I like his tie. Looks very nice.
I know, I wouldn't want to wear it, but we were having some crazy conversations.
Thank you, Snyder and Hugo and Micro Colonel, for being an uncivilian.
I don't think you want to know. You might not. You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah.
A few weeks
Good.
ago,
Yeah.
what exactly
I will.
was happening? Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out loud.
And I got to read this letter too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I knew you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything, these drones, is it anything that people need to be worried
No,
about?
I think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of...
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out immediately? I mean, I can't imagine it's an enemy, or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing.
I need some water.
I don't know why they wouldn't have
Let me
said
get some
what.
water. Talk amongst yourselves.
Had a lot of them flying over Bedminster.
I need water very badly. I'm dehydrated.
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of a security?
No security, because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather, and we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair. Maybe the fake news is changing.
Unleashing energy production.
Yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is great. Obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed. I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
Because of the unlawful disclosure, EO, is that related to the Hunter Biden situation?
Which one?
The one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related to?
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family, because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now, because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall.
We're out of who?
So I was a little bit surprised that he did it, because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president.
Thank you, Uncle 60.
The precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met, so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith.
Did they sign an order with respect to the World Health Organization?
But we beat the hell out of them, and I helped my reputation.
Do you think you have to do the same thing at the end of this term?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that. No, I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation.
We withdrew from the World Health Organization. I leave you guys alone for 3 minutes and they withdraw from the World Health Organization. I can't leave you guys alone.
They look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40
I just need to get some water.
Number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is
New
that
donation from someone.
destroy documents. And if you're even in a civil case.
Thank you, someone.
I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, sir. It relates to easing permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure
How am I supposed to keep up on all these executive orders?
the economy forward.
President Trump,
There's too many executive orders.
changes from the way the Biden had
How am I supposed to keep up on this?
that you have added back these items.
I can't do this.
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary sense, right? Let me just see some of the pictures. That's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What
the
is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million.
The Orange Cow with a generous $100 super chat says, I'm a bit behind on the stream, but so want to say, don't stress out over people freaking out when you call it as you see it. Your willingness to do so adds value to your analysis. Well, thank you. I freak out. I suppose I freak out when I'm misunderstood or misquoted. That pisses me off a lot. So I do tend to freak out when people misquote me or they misunderstand me. And I assume that people like are just genuinely missing it. And so like I feel the need to explain. It's like, okay, it's my fault. You didn't understand. Let me try again. Or I didn't express this idea completely right. So I freak out because I want to make sure my ideas are being properly communicated. And sometimes people say things and I'm like, where'd you get that from? Or how are you getting that? Or what did I say? Or what, so sometimes it's like, it's very challenging, but I appreciate the super chat. One of the challenges is like, you can never really know for sure when someone's trolling or they're like genuine. You can never really know for sure. And so like, I want to try to make sure everyone is following. And so I tend to try to assume that the person who's talking to me is a good faith actor. And obviously that desire can be exploited by people, but it's like, well, I don't know 100% what to do. But yeah, it's like, I always try to give good faith explanations. I also freak out, I suppose, a little bit sometimes, like, if I say, for example, okay, someone says, what do you think about Trump and birthright citizenship? It's like, I feel like I have a need to explain that because I'm like, I don't think that this makes sense. And I feel like I have a need to like explain it. Like if we're Biden and I were disagreeing with Biden, like my chat wouldn't have a problem. Right? I'd just be like, oh, that's stupid. No one would bat an eye. But if I disagree with Trump and I'm like, that's stupid, then my chat, I feel like I have the need to explain myself. I feel like I have the need to explain myself lest people think that I'm not really conservative or not really a Republican or just a rhino or anything else. It's like, no, I'm just trying to apply a consistent set of principles. It can be challenging at times, but I do appreciate, your $100 super chat. It's very thoughtful. Thank you.
In theory, it should be less than that, but, and when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens. pretty sad though, think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
Mr. President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs to bring the costs down?
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they heard it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more, but by that time it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing.
Thank you, Bev D. I appreciate that. It's a very kind compliment.
Energy, Department of Energy. We're going to be taking we're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us, they have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, our oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas. And they should do that.
Will you travel to China this year?
What's the biggest EO of the day? I don't know.
I've had the invite.
Birthright citizenship, I guess.
I would do, yeah.
I guess it would have to be birthright citizenship because it's just asking for a fight.
Like, what do you mean when you say that European Union country like is part of BRICS?
That are what?
BRICS. You said
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS is 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you still considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may put it, wrap it, because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do, I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe that.
What kind of universal tariff if you did do one?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing that.
Mr. President, you surround yourself with a whole bunch of billionaires today. President Biden has in his farewell address warned about an oligarchy. I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him, those same guys. Look, I don't make pretense of smart guys, but there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me, I don't know. It's not gonna get anything from me, I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's gonna do it. You know, what they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. It's okay. They've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender ideology.
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of an organization like that to coordinate a global response?
Sure, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, sir. This is your Martin Luther
Thank you,
King Day
guys.
proclamation.
Thank you, President. Thank you, sir. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much.
Let's go. Thanks, President. Thank you, guys. Let's go, guys.
What are we doing on this stuff?
All right, guys, let's go.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Recording? Is this off? Is that recording?
Don't do it. Let's go. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back. Just make sure my bars are off. Yep.
Okay. Well. All right then. Okay then. And it's only 9 p.m. It's only 9 p.m. Probably only reason he stopped is so that he can, get into his tux and go to a couple balls. Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit abrupt. I'm just looking at the clock and trying to figure out the reason why. Yeah, probably so we could get into his tux and go to a couple balls to celebrate. Man, oh man. It is 8 p.m. my time. Yes, I'm well aware. Has the ball been taking place? Oh, there's lots of them. There's probably dozens of them. There's not just one. There's lots of balls. Lots of balls. There was no Diet Coke button. Yeah, that's true. There is no Diet Coke button. Oh, Lord. Just watching the numbers over on Twitch. We only have 4 people watching over on Twitch. I wonder how we can get more. Thousands. Maybe I just need to become a streamer with a personality. Yeah. Families of the G6 prisoners are at the prison waiting for loved ones to be released. They'll be released at midnight. Makes sense. You'll use your Prime sub? Thanks. I was watching what's his name? Asmongold. I think no. Yeah, Asmongold streaming. He had ridiculous number of people watching his stream. I'm trying to remember. It was in the tens of thousands, 20,000 or 30,000 people. I'm like, it was what is the Twitch is tough to get views on unless you go viral for gameplay. Yeah, so I have to become a gamer. I have to become a god-tiered gamer, and then people will watch my streams. Oh, Lord. Become a VTuber? Not the worst idea I've ever heard. I could use a pitch thing on the machine, use a pitch and change my pitch and have a female avatar with big boobs. Watch my boobs jiggle for justice. Yeah, we are now a Minecraft channel. That's what we're doing. We're now a Minecraft channel. Yeah. We've been a Minecraft channel this entire time. You're just now realizing it. KEV PhD on Twitch says everything in Minecraft. Yeah. People go to where the chat is, and that's here. That's fair. That's fair. You have more likes on YouTube's than viewers? Well, hey, that's not bad. Manly voice with Tig old biddies. That's funny. Commit crimes in Minecraft and then give your legal analysis. Will jiggle for super chats 100%. There's just too much executive orders. I can't keep up with everything, guys. I can only do so much legal analysis in one day. My brain is fried. I can't. I am tired of winning. That's what's happening right now. I am tired of winning. I can't deal with this much winning. I actually can't. I can't deal with this much winning. What the hell is this? Oh, well, Donald Trump was kind enough to proclaim it to be Martin Luther King Day today. Thank God for that. Jiggle for Justice sounds amazing. Awesome. Asmon is pretty shit at games. Well, he's doing something in order to get the views. He's doing something. Reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit. Just trying to read the titles of these. Reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service. Ending radical and wasteful DEI programs and preferencing. What the fuck is this? Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. I can't work like this. Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. The Biden administration forced illegal and immoral discrimination programs going by the name diversity, equity, and inclusion in virtually all aspects of the federal government, in areas ranging from online safety to the military. There was a concerted effort stemming from President Biden's first day in office, where he issued an executive order relating to advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. Pursuant to that executive order and follow-on orders, near every federal agency and entity submitted equity action plans to detail the ways they further DEI plans in the government. The public release of these plans demonstrate immense public waste and shameful discrimination. That ends today. Americans deserve government committed to serving each person with equal dignity and respect, and to expending precious taxpayer resources only on making America great. The Director of Office of Management and Budget, assisted by the Attorney General, Director of Office of Personnel Management, shall coordinate the termination of all discrimination programs, including illegal DEI and diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities in the federal government, under whatever name they appear. To carry out this directive, the Director of the OPM, with the assistance of the Attorney General, has requested $199. So that's how liberty dies, with thunderous applause? I guess so. Not a band account. To carry out this directive, the Director of OPM, with assistance of the Attorney General, as requested, shall review and revise as appropriate all existing federal government practices, union contracts, and training policies or programs to comply with this order. Federal employment practices, including federal employee performance reviews, shall reward individual initiative, skills, performance, and hard work, and shall not, under any circumstances, consider DEI or DEIA factors, goals, policies, mandates, or requirements. Each agency, department, or commission head, in consultation with the Attorney General, Director of OMB, and Director of OPM, shall take the following actions within 60 days. Terminate, to the maximum extent allowed by law, all DEI, DEIA, and environmental justice offices and positions, including but not limited to Chief Diversity Officer positions, all equity action plans, equity actions, initiatives, and programs, equity-related contracts or grants, and all DEI or DEIA performance requirements for employees, contractors, or grantees. Provide the Department of the OMB, Director of the OMB, with a list of all agency or department DEI, DIAA, or environmental justice positions, committees, programs, services, activities, budgets, and expenditures in existence on November the 4th, 2024, an assessment of where those positions, committees, programs, services, activities, budgets, and expenditures have been misleadingly relabeled and attempt to preserve their pre-November 4th, 2004 function. Federal contractors should provide DEI training or DEI materials to agency or departments, and federal grantees who've received funding, and direct the deputy agency head to assess all operational impact, recommend actions such as congressional notification to align department policies. Oh my God. to inform and advise the president so he may formulate appropriate effective civil rights policies here. Oh my God. There's just too much shit. I can't keep all of it straight. There's just too much DEI. I can't. Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Holy shit, guys. Across the country, ideologues who deny the biological reality of sex have increasingly used legal and other societal coercive means to permit men to self-identify as women and gain access to intimate single-sex spaces and activities designed for women, from women's domestic abuse shelters to women's workplace showers. This is wrong. Efforts to eradicate the biological reality of sex fundamentally attack women by depriving them of their dignity, safety, and well-being. The erasure of sex in language and policy has a coercive impact not just on women, but the validity of the entire American system. Basing federal policy on truth is crucial to scientific inquiry, public safety, morale, and trust in government itself. This unhealthy road is paved by an ongoing purposeful attack against the ordinary and longstanding use and understanding of biological and scientific terms, replacing the immutable biological reality of sex with the internal, fluid, and subjective sense of self unmoored from biological facts. Invalidating the true and biological category of women, it properly transfers laws and policies designed to protect sex-based opportunities into laws and policies that undermine them, replacing longstanding cherished legal rights and values with identity-based, inchoate social concept. Nice word choice. Accordingly, my administration will defend women's rights and protect freedom of conscience by using clear and accurate language and policies that recognize women are biologically female and men are biologically male. It is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce all sex protective laws to promote this reality, and following definitions shall govern all executive interpretations of and application of federal law and administrative policy. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. Nice. Women are women, and girls shall mean adult and juvenile human females, respectively. Holy shit. Men or man, and boys shall mean adult and juvenile human males, respectively. Female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces large reproductive cells. Male belongs to a person at conception of the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. Gender ideology replaces the biological category sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assessed gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify as and thus become women and vice versa, requiring all institutions of society to regard this false claim as true. Gender ideology includes the idea that there's a vast spectrum of genders that are disconnected from one sex. Gender ideology is internally inconsistent in that it diminishes sex as an identifiable or useful category, but nevertheless maintains that it's possible for a person to be born in the wrong sex body. That is just way too much. That is just way too much truth for the left. Yeah, that is just way too much truth for the left. That is just completely internally inconsistent. Gender identity reflects a fully internal and subjective sense of self, disconnected from biological reality and sex, and existing on an infinite continuum that does not provide a meaningful basis for identification and cannot be recognized as a replacement for sex. Within 30 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall provide to the United States government, external policies, and the public clear guidance on expanding on the sex-based definitions set forth in this order. Each agency and all federal employees shall enforce the law governing sex-based rights, protections, opportunities, and accommodations to protect men and women as biologically distinct sexes. Each agency shall therefore give the terms sex, male, female, men, women, boys, girls, the meaning set forth in Section 2 of this order when interpreting or applying statutes, regulation, or guidance in any other official business, documents, and communication. When administering or enforcing sex-based distinctions, $5 from Crossstitch, who says, I'm an hour behind on stream. I just want to thank you for all your coverage. You're welcome. When administering or enforcing sex-based distinctions, every agency and all federal employees acting in their official capacity on behalf of their agency shall use the term sex and not gender in all applicable federal policies and documents. The Secretaries of State and Homeland Security and Director of the Office of Personnel Management shall implement changes to require that government-issued identification documents, including passports, visas, and global entry cards, accurately reflect the holder's sex as defined under Section 2 of this order. And the Director of the Office of Personnel Management shall ensure that applicable personal records accurately reflect employees' sex as defined by Section 2 of this order. Agencies shall remove all statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other internal external messaging that promote or otherwise inculcate gender identity, and shall cease issuing such statements, policies, regulations, form, communications, or other messages. Agency forms that require an individual's sex shall list male or female and shall not request gender identity. Agencies shall take all necessary steps which are permitted by law to end federal funding of gender ideology. The prior administration argued that the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock, which addressed Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, required gender identity-based access to single-sex spaces under, for example, Title IX of the Educational Amendments Act. This position is legally untenable and harms women. The Attorney General shall therefore issue guidance to agencies to correct the misapplication of the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock to sex-based distinctions in agency activity. In addition, the Attorney General shall issue guidance and assist agencies in protecting sex-based distinctions where explicitly permitted under constitutional and statutory precedent. Federal funding shall not be used to promote gender ideology. Each agency shall assess grant conditions and grantee preferences and ensure grant funds do not promote gender ideology. This is pretty fucking based. This is all the based. This is pretty based. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? This is pretty based, guys. This is incredibly, incredibly based. Are you not entertained? Lord have mercy. Okay. The Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security shall ensure that males are not detained in women's prisons or housed in women's detention centers, including through amendment as necessary of the Code of Federal Regulations. The Secretary of Housing and Urban Development shall prepare and submit for notice and comment rulemaking a policy to rescind a final rule entitled Equal Access in accordance with individual gender identity and community program and development programs, and shall submit for public comment a policy protecting women seeking single-sex rape shelters. The Attorney General shall ensure that Bureau of Prisons revisits its policies concerning medical care to be consistent with this order, and shall ensure that no federal funds are expended for any medical procedure, treatment, or drug for the purpose of conforming an inmate's appearance to that of the opposite sex. Agencies shall effectuate this policy by taking appropriate actions to ensure that intimate spaces designed for women, girls, or females, or men, boys, or males, are designated by sex and not identity. The Attorney General shall issue guidance to ensure the freedom to express the binary nature of sex and the right to single-sex sexes in the workplace and federally funded entities covered by the Civil Rights Act. In accordance with that guidance, the Attorney General, Secretary Label, General Counsel, and Chair of the Equal Opportunity Commission, and each other agency head with enforcement responsibilities under the Civil Rights Act shall prioritize investigations and litigations to enforce these freedoms. Within 30 days of this order, the Assistant to the President of Legislative Affairs shall present to the President proposed bill text to codify these definitions in this order. Nice. Within 120 days of this order, each agency head shall submit an update on implementation of this order to the President through the Director of Office of Management and Budget. That update shall address changes to agency documents, including regulations, guidance, forms, and communications made to comply with this order, and agency-imposed requirements on federally funded entities, including contractors, to achieve the policies of this order. The requirements of this order supersede conflicting presence and provisions in any previous executive order, including but not limited to a whole bunch of orders we name. These executive orders are hereby rescinded, and the White House General Policy Council is hereby dissolved. Each agency head shall promptly rescind all guidance documents inconsistent with the requirements of this order, or the Attorney General's guidance issued pursuant to this order, or rescind such parts of documents that are inconsistent. Such documents include, but are not limited to, the White House Toolkit on Transgender Equality, the Department of Education's guidance documents including 2024 Title IX regulations, pointers for implementation. United States Department of Education toolkit, creating inclusive and non-discriminatory school environments for LGBTQI plus students. United States Department of Education supporting LGBTQI plus youth and families in schools. Departamento de Educación de EE.uu, apropiar a los jóvenes y familias LGBTQI en la escuela. Supporting intersex students, a resource for students, families, and educators. Supporting transgender youth in schools. Letters to educators on Title IX's 49th anniversary. We are not fucking around. We are really not fucking around. Conforming anti-LGBTQI harassment in schools, a resource for students and families. The fact that we're naming all these by name is pretty fucking based. I mean, that's just really, we're going to just actually name all these bullshit things by name, like in general, but also specifically this bullshit is pretty fucking based. Education in pandemic, the disparate impacts of COVID-19 on American students, back to school messaging for transgender students from the United States Department of Justice, Education, and HHS. The Attorney General Memorandum of March 26, 2021, entitled Application of Bostock to Title IX of the Education Amendments. The Equal Opportunity Commission Enforcement Guidance on Harassment in the Workplace. That is fucking like, holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Just fucking, oh my God. We are not fucking around. Jesus Christ. If someone wants to cut this down into various videos, they're more than welcome to try. If someone wants to cut this down into various videos, they are more than welcome to try. This is a lot. The White House has a list. I know the White House has a list. What do you think I'm reading from? I'm well aware the White House has a list. What do you think we're doing? What do you think we're getting these things? Holy shit. Am I excited? Yeah, I'm excited. It's a lot. It's a lot. Here's one that's a little on the nose. Here's one that's on the nose. Putting people over fish. Stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California. Holy shit. I hereby direct the Secretary of Commerce and Secretary of the Interior, in consultation with the heads of other departments and agencies of the United States as necessary, to immediately restart the work for my first administration by the National Marine Fisheries Service, United States Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and other agencies to route more water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to other parts of the state for use by those people who desperately need a reliable water supply. During my first time, the state of California, at the direction of the governor, filed a lawsuit to stop my administration from implementing improvements to California's water infrastructure. My administration's plans would have allowed enormous amounts of water to flow from the snowmelt and rainwaters and rivers in Northern California to the beneficial use of the Central Valley in Southern California. This catastrophic halt was allegedly in protection of the Delta smelt and other species of fish. Today, this enormous water supply flows wastefully into the Pacific Ocean. The recent deadly and historic destructive wildfires in Southern California underscores why the state of California needs a reliable water supply and sound vegetation management practices in order to provide water desperately needed, and why this plan must be immediately implemented. Within 90 days, the Secretary of Commerce and Secretary of Interior shall report to me regarding the progress made in implementation. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, so MG Law, I'm fairly optimistic by these changes. I'm broadly speaking in support of these changes. The pardons are much more extensive than I thought they would be, and probably more extensive than I would be comfortable with, to be quite honest. But, you know, they are what they are. Okay. All right, let's do birthright citizenship. Holy shit. I do get to sleep eventually, right? I do get to sleep eventually. All right. This one is entitled Protecting the Meaning and Value of American Citizenship. Okay. Have a drink of water. That's a good idea. Let's have a drink of water. Ah, yes. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship by executive order. Let's do this thing. The privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state in which they reside. $5 from Tim Riggs says, donating the fund to keep Kurt awake and winning fund. Thank you. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States' shameful decision in Dred Scott, which misinterpreted the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent from eligibility from the United States solely based on race. Excuse me. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to every person born in the United States, which is true as far as it goes. The 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who are born in the United States, but not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Consistent with the understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States at birth, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment. Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of United States citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. When that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of person's birth, or where that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of the birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of the Visa Waiver Program or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the person's birth. Yeah, this is not going to be legally controversial in any way. I can't see any legal problems with this. Holy shit. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accepting documents issued by a state, local, other government, or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship or persons when the person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the birth, or where that person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of birth. Yeah, not a lawsuit in sight. Everything's smooth sailing. No problems like this. Subsection A of this section shall only apply to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from this order. So we're not going to try to do this retroactively, which I guess thank God for that. So we're not going to try to do this retroactively. So that's nice. That's helpful. Nothing in this order shall be constituted to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documentation of citizenship. Do I see any of these being challenged? Yeah. To the point of SCOTUS? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's going to be a few lawsuits. It's going to be just a couple of lawsuits, just a few minor lawsuits. No problem. Just a few minor. Okay, what the fuck is this? Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. Okay. As Chief Executive and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I have no more solemn responsibility than protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United States. The protection of the nation's territorial integrity and national boundaries is paramount for security. The armed forces of the United States have played a long and well-established role in securing our borders against threat of invasion, against unlawful forays by foreign nationals into the United States, and against other transnational criminal activities that violate our laws and threaten the peace, harmony, and tranquility of the nation. These threats have taken various forms over our nation's history, but the armed forces has consistently played an integral role in protecting the sovereignty of the United States. Threats against our national sovereignty continue today, and it's essential that the armed forces staunchly continue to participate in the defense of our territorial integrity and sovereignty. A national emergency currently exists across the southern border of the United States. Unchecked, unlawful mass migration and unimpeded flow of opiates across our border continue to engage the safety and security of the American people and encourage further lawlessness. Accordingly, through this order, I'm acting in accordance with my solemn duty to protect and defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United States. It is the policy of the United States to ensure the armed forces of the United States prioritize the protection of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United States. The Secretary of Defense shall, no later than 10 days from the effective date of this order, deliver to the President a revision of the Unified Command Plan that assigns the United States Northern Command the mission to seal the borders and maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the United States by repelling forms of invasion, including unlawful mass migration, narcotics trafficking, human smuggling and trafficking, and other criminal activities. On the effective date of this order and following requirements of the contingency planning and guidance of force, a level 3 planning requirement for U.S. NORTHCOM to seal the border and maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the United States by repelling forms of invasion, including unlawful mass migration, narcotics trafficking, human smuggling and trafficking, and other criminal activities, with the commander's estimate due to the Secretary of Defense within 30 days. A campaign planning requirement U.S. NORTHCOM to provide steady state southern border security, seal the border, and maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the United States by repelling forms of invasion, including unlawful mass migration, narcotics trafficking, human smuggling and trafficking, and other criminal activities. Continuous assessment of all available options to protect the sovereign territory of the United States for mass unlawful entry and impingement on our national sovereignty and security by foreign nations and transnational criminal organizations. Holy shit. Well, okay, so it looks like we're going to be deploying the U.S. military across our southern border for what might be considered law enforcement activity, depending on who's asking. Withdraw the United States from the World Health Organization. There is too much stuff. I can't do this much legal analysis. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. The United States noticed its withdrawal from the World Health Organization in 2020 due to the organization's mishandling of COVID-19, its failures to adopt urgency forms, and its inability to demonstrate independence from inappropriate political influence. In addition, the World Health Organization continues to demand unfairly onerous payments from the United States, far out of proportion with other countries' assessment of payments. China, with a population of 1.4 billion, has 300% of the population of the United States, yet contributes nearly 90% less to the World Health Organization. The United States intends to withdraw from the World Health Organization. The President letter to the Secretary General of the United States signed on January the 1st, 2021 that retracted the United States notification withdrawal is revoked. So, yeah, presidential letter signed that retracted our notification is revoked. So we're out again. Executive order, whatever, is revoked. The Assistance to President National Security Advisor shall establish directorates and coordinating mechanisms with the national security apparatus as he deems necessary for the appropriate safeguard. Director of State and Director of Office of Management and Budget shall take appropriate measures to, with practical speed, to pause future transfer of United States funds, supports, or resources for who, recall and reassign governmental personnel working with who, identify credible and transport United States international partners, assume the roles undertaken by who. The Director of the White House pandemic preparation shall rescind and replace the U.S. global strategy as soon as practical. The Secretary of State shall immediately inform Secretary General on applicable depository and leadership who of our withdrawal. While withdrawal is in progress, the Secretary of State will cease negotiations on whose pandemic agreement and the amendments to the international health regulations, and actions taken to effectuate such agreement will have no binding force, and blah. So there's a lot of things that just happen. There's a lot of things that happen And on the plus side, I have content for basically forever. So I got that going for me. On the plus side, I have content forever. Well, I guess I get a video. I guess I can make a video every day for like 20 days or something on this stuff, right? Because I can I can just make a video on all this stuff. So this is going to take a while. I'm going to try to produce a video. I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to produce a video about like one of these things, like maybe every day for the foreseeable future, including, of course, the EOs that he signed earlier today. And then I'll like try to break it down a little bit. So I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll try to break it down and try to do like one a day. That's going to take a while. It is going to take a while. It's going to take a while because I've got to break these down, analyze them, try to do some legal analysis, try to show the degree to which they're weak, right? Try to show areas of attack, and try to predict like their relative solidity. So that could take some time. And like the degree to which I think that they're weak, right? The degree to which I think that they're unlikely to withstand scrutiny, I'm going to have to probably justify more, to explain to my audience, because my audience tends to run conservative, because I run conservative. So the more that I criticize this, the more I find like this isn't going to work. I'm probably going to have to justify it more. So I'm going to have to like I don't necessarily think that all these are problematic, and they're, like the pardons are pretty much just like, they happen. So they're certainly not all problematic. And a lot of these are probably within the power of the president. And a lot of them are questionable. And some of them might not be, whatever, but we're going to try. Yeah. 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 Legal Eagle should have some interesting videos coming out, I would imagine. Legal Eagle's got content for days. Did he pardon all the Jan 6 people? Minus 14, yes. 14 people he commuted to time served. The rest he pardoned. So also I could do a Capitol riot series on those 14 people and like what they did. That, but they get out of jail still. So everyone gets out of jail. Everyone gets out of jail. Go to sleep? I might need to do. This has been a long day. This has been a lot of stuff that he did in one day. Am I feeling better? Feeling a bit tired. It's a lot of stuff. And it's mentally taxing. Morning Joe's going to have a brain hemorrhage in the morning. The news won't even know where to start. Like the news is going to be like trying to break this down for days. Yeah, the news media won't actually start. Revoked clearances. I didn't actually see the revocation of clearances, but it doesn't surprise me. That I don't know if there's an order on that he revoked that he did it, but it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, been streaming those for the last 12 hours. Yes, true. Plus, we had a fight with YouTube, which also was annoying. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the one that revokes the security clearances. Holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive governmental information. Lol. In the closing, I just want to go to bed. Please throw me a couple bucks. I'm not beyond begging. I've worked really hard for you guys all day. I've worked really, really hard. I know some of you guys have provided value. If I've been working hard for you all day, and I've got lots of material to come. So if you throw a couple of bucks in the tin, it would really be appreciated. Moving back to whatever the fuck this thing is. In the closing weeks of the 2020 presidential campaign, at least 51 former intelligence officials coordinated with the Biden campaign to issue a letter discrediting the reporting that President Joe Biden's son had abandoned his laptop at a computer repair business. Signatories of the letter falsely suggested the news story was part of a Russian disinformation campaign. Before being issued, the letter was sent to the CIA Pre-Publication Classification Review Board, the body typically assigned to formally evaluate the sensitive nature of documents prior to publication. Senior CIA officials were made aware of the contents of the letter, and multiple signatories held clearances at the time and maintained ongoing contractual relationships with the CIA. Federal policymakers must be able to rely on analysis conducted by the intelligence community, be confident it's accurate, crafted with professionalism, and be free from politically motivated engineering to affect political outcomes. The signatories willfully weaponized the gravitas of the intelligence community to manipulate the political process and undermine democratic institutions. This fabrication of the imprimatur, such a nice word, of the intelligence community to suppress information essential to the American people during the presidential election is an egregious breach of the trust reminiscent of a third world country. Cute. Yeah, $5 from Pierre. Thank you. Thank you, Lou Meister, for the 5 super chats. This fabrication of the imprimatur of the intelligence community, suppression information essential to the American people during the presidential election is an egregious breach of trust reminiscent of a third world country. And now the faith of Americans and all patriotic intelligence professionals. Thank you. $20 from Bogus Fortune. I admire honest begging. Thank you very much. National security is also damaged by the publication of classified information. Thank you, $20, Robert Odell. $25, actually. That's very nice of you. Thank you for the extra $5. Appreciate it. 1999 says, I never donated before, but here you go, bud. Aw, thank you. Aw. $5 or $2 from Ken says, here's a Canadian toonie. Aw, thank you. I feel love. I can almost afford my medical expenses I recently had. Oh, Lord. I can almost afford a month of insurance. 1999 from Angie. Thank you, Woot. I do appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, Lord. $1.99 says from Sue Asponte. Big day. It is a big day. Thank you very much. To remedy these abuses of past trust, this order directs revocation of any active or current security clearances held by the former intelligence officials who engaged in misleading and inappropriate political coordination with the 2020 Biden presidential campaign and John Bolton. You gotta love the specific call out. It's the policy of the United States to ensure that the intelligence community is not to be engaged in partisan politics or otherwise used by U.S. political campaign for electioneering purposes. The term intelligence community is the meaning given to by law. It's the policy of the United States that individuals who hold government-issued security clearances should not use their clearance status to influence U.S. elections. It's the policy of the United States that classified information not be publicly disclosed in memoirs, especially those published for monetary gain. Effective immediately, the Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with Director of Central Intelligence Agency, shall revoke any current or active clearances held by any of the following individuals: James Clapper, Michael Hayden, Leon Panetta, John Brennan, Michael Vickers, Nicholas Ramanujan, Rodney Snyder, David Buckley. Oh, Lord. That's funny. Two signatories, Patricia A. Bradmeyer and David Deese, are deceased. With 90 days of this order, the Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with the Director of Central Intelligence, shall submit a report to the President through National Security that details any additional inappropriate activity that occurred within the intelligence community by anyone contracted by the intelligence community or anyone held a security clearance related to the letter, recommendations to prevent the intelligence community or anyone who works for it from inappropriately influencing domestic elections, and any disciplinary action, including termination of security clearances, should take. Holy shit, man. Do I want to trial an editor? I don't have any money to pay the editor with. I don't have any money to pay the editor with. But sure, I'll be happy to try out your editor with the money I don't have. Barbara Thomas gives $20 to say thank you, Uncivil. Who's the bestest Uncivil? Thank you very much. That's awesome. Yeah, the president can do that. The president, that's pretty clear. The president has the power to revoke security clearances. The U.S. Supreme Court has even said as much, that the president's power to revoke security clearances. It's like, yeah. Commission? Pay them out of funds from the, yeah. I mean, the commission won't be very much because there's not very much revenue coming in. But if they want to work for like 30% of the money that isn't coming in, then sure. I suppose they can do that, right? So yeah. This is a lot. This is a lot. We have 4 years to go over these? No doubt. No doubt. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Also, your sister might drop my name with a Fox News guy. That's cool. That sounds fun. I think my brain has stopped working. It has been a long day. I think my brain has stopped working. I'm not sure I'm capable of intelligent thought at this time. How many of you guys are here? 471. You guys want to play a couple rounds of Fall Guys or something? Since it requires absolutely no brain power of any kind. You guys want to play a couple rounds of Fall Guys? Anyone interested in that? All of us? Let's try to see if there's enough people to play a game. See if there's enough of us to play a game. You don't know what it is? Well, it's a game that's available across platform, so you have to download it, and it's a fairly large download. So if you don't have it, it's going to be difficult to play on the fly. But it's a game that's very easy to play. It's a game that's very easy to play, and it's free, and it's cross-platform, and it doesn't involve thinking, which is a real plus right now. It's on Epic, right? What is my password? Let's see if there's anyone who wants to play. So if you can get it up and running on your device of choice. I don't care. Just want to play the game. Just want to play the game. Let's see if there's enough people that have it on their computer that want to play. I have a sneaking suspicion there's not enough of us, but we're going to find out. Do the trivia game? Trivia, I don't know. Trivia might require me thinking. If there's not enough people for Fall Guys, we might try trivia instead. There's no one, huh? No one has it up and running? This is not encouraging. This is a bad idea. We're not going to be able to get enough players together. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get enough players together. All right. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get enough players together. Yeah, it was a thought. It was a thought. Oh well. Thanks anyways. I think I'm just going to sign off. I don't have the mental space right now for murder trivia party. I don't think. Yeah, I don't have time to. I don't have time to just wait for one person to install it. But that's just doesn't work for me. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't have time to go through it. All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to sign off then. I'm sorry that didn't work out. I thought it was fun, but yeah, it wasn't work out. So yeah, some people have called for it in the past. I thought maybe with 300 people, there might be some people that had it, but that's all right. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the day and try to chill. I think maybe have some ice cream or a brownie or something and think about whatever. But I had fun. I had fun today, and we'll be doing streaming or videos. Probably we'll be doing edited videos probably for a while. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends. I hope all's well for now. Cheers, my friends, for now, and goodbye.